things are working. Pop out the chat. Oh boy. It's over. It's over. All right. Oh boy. Day 28. Ow. How's it going, Anime Maniac? Are you on the full screen stream? I want to make sure I did the chat correct. How you doing? Literally just getting set up. Oh boy, I am hurting. Oof. That's so weird. I can't. Alpha, you have a shitty butt. Stay out of here. So how you doing, Anime Maniac? How's everything with you, buddy? I'm just getting set up and checking to make sure everything's working. Test. Yep, okay, good sound. So I put the stream on the phone so I can look at the chat, at least from the vertical stream, without having to turn my head 4 times. I am hurting, guys. I am hurting. Oh, I don't know if you can hear. Oh. I guess it is. I used to work in like studios and stuff, and I had like a real big setups. To me, this is like not a big setup, but I guess it is for a home, studio. I got the drum set, I got my guitars. I guess it is a pretty big setup. Very good, very good. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, this is 20 years in the making, collecting gear. Oh boy. So this is day 28 of, get shredded and shred. And so it's like work out every single day and then come on and play for a couple of hours. And holy shit. Today, I worked out in the sun and I am wiped out. And I jammed my finger and then I burnt it. I went to go eat. Freaking went to get Mexican. They gave me this plate. It came out of the oven. I grabbed it with my finger. I, just got a little bit of singe. Got real lucky. Oh boy, we need to warm up. Oh my god. Oh boy. It's gonna be rough. I can't do that. First of all, I don't do covers unless they pay me. Second of all, I can't do covers because they'll ban me. Third of all, why would you ask a race car driver? I'm talking to the guys on the other stream where if you are on a phone, you can go to my page. It'll be a vertical version of the stream. It'd be better for you. The stuff I'm putting on is called fingeries. And I've been using this stuff since maybe 90s, I think. And it's basically just a lubricant for the strings, and it keeps the neck nice also, so the neck doesn't dry out. But it's a lubricant for the strings, and it also helps your calluses, because the speed that I play at, if I didn't use this stuff, I would have ripped my hands completely apart. Like even with the lubricant, Like the first week, I chopped off pieces of my fingers, and then they blistered and they caught, and like it's not fun. So without this stuff, I wouldn't have made it. But I understand this guy asked me to play the Doors. Let me ask you a question. I'm like a MotoGP guy. I'm like vroom vroom, super speed, and you come to ask me to play the Doors. There's a million guitar players that play all that like pop stuff that and they love it. Why would you ask a fucking race car driver to drive a fucking Uber? like what kind of request is that? Finger ease. Let's see if I can get it closer to the camera. You can see it. And there's a lot of different like kinds of guitar lubricants, but this fucking light is way bright. Okay, that's better. But yeah, I've been using that since I don't know, at least '99, I think. Yes, please. Ooh, fuck. Play the keyboard? Alright, I can play keyboard for you for a second. Give my hands a chance to settle. I haven't played. I suck at keyboard. But I can play like a couple of seconds for something, I guess. Get your shitty butt out of here. You literally have a pile of poop. Get out. You're not gonna let me clean that? Come on, go. You smell. Out. Get your shitty butt out of here. Ugh. Where is that shit? No, I can. I just gotta wait for it to load up. We can make it happen for you. Do a little something. Oh God. I'm not very good at piano. Like, I can play enough to like write the parts I need to write, but. Finish loading up. Oh my God. What is going on here? There we go. Let's see. That's the kind of crap that I play. little something, something. Mexican food. And this, I don't have like regular piano sound hook up on this. It's this fucking annoying, weird. Some shit like that. I could play flute. Clarinet. What else we got in here? Everybody's a farting fucking. There's our piano for the day. You ask, you get. Okay, let's get back to the. Okay, what was I doing here? And this. Do we have the thing open yet? No, we didn't have anything open yet. Okay, open the window. Let's restart the Japanese thing again. That's easy. Oh my god. But you're watching on the full screen version, right? You don't see two of me? You're probably watching on the big version. Which is fine. How'd you find my stream if you don't mind me asking? Oh. I guess you do mind me asking. If you guys are gonna lurk, at least hit the like button. Alright, my fingers hurt, so we gotta do something easy. Maybe there's fake Japanese music thing. Oh, God. Fucking day 28 of this shit. Does that feel like 28 days? Rangers go. Power Rangers. God, I haven't heard that in so long. I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike for this. I'm gonna fucking get in trouble for this. And not the bloopers. No, shut up. I don't want to. What did I say? Tai Chi Master turn Raku. No, Raku is always Tai Chi Master. What's up, Viper Salons? Hold on. We're trying to find the Power Rangers thing and see if. I hope I don't get fucking banned for this. But we're gonna try. How's this go? Oh my god. What do I don't think about Iran. We went over this last time you came, bro. Finger play with scales. There we go, yeah. It could be done. I could probably pull it off. Yes, I remember you. You're the guy who asked me, oh, what do you think about Iran? And I told you the same thing. I don't think about Iran. Why should I think about Iran? I could fucking barely survive this fucking country. We'll find out. I'm going to get a copyright tonight, you know? I think it's old enough to be fair use. It's like 20-something years old, right? It has to be old enough I could play that piece of shit. This is haram? What is haram? Iran's haram? The fucking world's haram? I'll tell you what's haram. Fucking anybody who believes in haram. The whole thing's haram. Everything's haram. You fucking kidding me? Yeah. I kind of want to do a black metal version rather than a fucking Dragon Force version. I don't even know how Dragon Force plays. That's the guys that do the fucking wee. I think I've heard like 2 Dragon Force songs ever. I am definitely hello. Okay, so if I was tuned to E, this would be really fucking easy. This would be stupid easy. The way I would play it, I would fucking do this fucking black metal as fuck with black beats.
10,000 years I'm free. Time to conquer Earth.
Also, freedom escape. Your property will change its with attitudes.
Really? Well, I mean, it's just basically a minor arpeggio. For the most part, you find the arpeggio. It's me, I find the freaking. And then you find the notes around it. Yeah. Or you just find like the fucking. You know, the easiest way to explain is that instead of worrying about all the different things, you keep learning like a basic scale, and then figure out what the note sounds like it does. So like if you have like, you know, say like a minor chord. Unfortunately, I'm tuned to fucking D, so everything's harder for me because I have to transpose it. But let's make believe you're playing the fucking whatever, right? You're playing a scale, major scale, or a minor scale. Each note does something after you hear the first note. And it's more important to memorize what the note feels like it does. So like, if I go like this, I say, okay, this note feels like home. This note feels like it wants to go somewhere. Probably here, you know? This note, this feels weird, right? It's like hanging out, but it feels like bright or not bright. As opposed to this. And then you memorize what that feels like. And if you do that, but if you can figure that part out, that's like a big secret, because if you understand what the note feels like, rather than what the note's doing, it makes more sense, rather than learning all this crazy fucking theory. Because like if you're really good at improvising, you don't have time for that shit. You figure out the root notes, like, okay, well, what's it feel like? You know, and then you just start mucking around until you find the notes that feel like they do the thing you wanted to do. One note, you know, wants to go this way and that way. The other note tells you if you're happy or sad. The other note tells you to go fuck yourself. You know, it's only 7 notes, so 5 if you're playing pentatonic. You know, it's not rocket science. Let's get back to it's funny that you're talking. Maybe made Mom's some backing track. Not again. I did it yesterday. I suck at classical guitar. What is this shit? No, we're not doing that. It's fucking. The electric's not good. Your mom's not good. You're fucking haram. Fuck your face. What is all this fucking Ingrid Malmsteen shit coming up here? I don't do covers. It's one fucking jam track. That's easy here. Come on, do something good. Prog metal. Chad, exactly. This little fucking note does this thing. I'll show you in a second. Yeah, let's do this one. So I will explain. This is Phrygian. Ooh, scary. That's our home note. Right? This one goes to go back home. That also wants to go back home, but different. This one tells you if you're happy or sad. It's that simple. hopefully that's helpful. You understand what I'm trying to show you. You get the 1 and the 5, and the other notes of this is stuff that decorates it. Figure out what those are, and then you put the chord, and then you just add the extra notes that you have. Make sense? Make sense, Chad? Well, you're not even fucking listening to me because I'm just talking shit. So I'm trying to show you that if you know how to play a power chord, it's very easy to solo because you figure out what the fucking power chord is. Now, I don't do this all the time. I would say do more advanced shit, but you don't need to do advanced shit to push your friends. Find the fucking power chord. And then you just fucking add the notes around it. You don't have to do anything crazy, you know, like, find something that'll show you easy if you know, but, like, obviously you don't have to play sweepy fucking retarded shit to play solos. Guitar's not about that. I just do it because I like it and it's fucking fun. If you want to impress the girls at the party, don't do that. This is some cheesy shit we can use. This is easy, because it'll be an E shape for me, so, I'm playing, get tuned down to D, so, I'll be playing E minor. See, and then you sound like you're fucking a genius. And then if you learn that, then you do fancy stuff. Fucking fancy. Get your guitar lesson, buddy. That's as easy as I can make it for you, Chad. I hope you paid attention. Because I may not be here much longer. I hope you fuckers appreciate me while I'm around. Oh, God. You know how it is. We're going to get serious in a little while. We're going to go all the fasty, crazy, whatever the fuck you call it. You see, I give these guys free fucking tips, and what do they get for it? Not even think. These fucking Gen Z fucking antisocial freak shows don't even know how to have a conversation. Who is your daddy, and what does he do? Who is your daddy, and what does he do? That's what I want to fucking know right now. Fucking losers. These shitbags are gonna miss me when I'm gone. Fucking ungrateful scumbags. I really think that's what it is. They're all ungrateful. They're ungrateful. Let me grab some tea. Take 1 second. You have shitty butt. You need to wipe your ass. You smell. Clean your shitty butt. All right. Oh. So the first wave of trolls has left. They left the building. It's a good thing. Oh, God. Well, 28 days of this shit. I've proven my points. Everybody who's watching this in the future, you know. I have 5 different channels of fucking getting fucked with, and the system's shitting on me. You know? Go, you smell like butt. Your shitty butt, go away. I don't want to smell you. Ugh. Yep. Just like you guys. Like you guys smell like my cat. That's what I think. Oh. 2 more days. Oh, God. I missed the days before the apocalypse when the internet was still cool. Fucking internet sucks now. People are like antisocial fucking weirdos. Bunch of fucking freaks. And it's run by a bunch of fucking blue-haired fucking communist jerk-offs that fucking fuck the algorithms up. Work for fucking the satanic cabal. You know, I predicted a lot of things. I predicted what's happening in California, right now. I predicted everything, you know. Figured somebody would want to pay me big money for that kind of stuff, or at least like, you know. But no, they'll let all the fucking freaks fucking say the same shit I'm saying. But I'm just too sexy for the internet. That's what it is. I'm way too fucking sexy. That's the only excuse for this fucking bullshit. All right, let's try something. Whoa. 80s. I know. Appa, you smell. Go away. I haven't seen this one. You smell. Go. Let me see your butt. You gotta go, come on, get out. I can't have you over here until I give you a bath. Sorry, buddy. He wants to be with me, but he had a little cat accident. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Oh, day 28. And everything hurts, bro. Everything hurts. Day 28. Oh. How you doing, Dan? Oh, God. You watching the Apocalypse? You enjoying the show? I'm 28 days of fucking training and fucking playing guitar. And it hurts. I am looking jacked. I'm working on it, man. Working on it. I gotta show these tight cheaters how it's done one last time. And shut everybody's fucking mouth. You know what I mean? I think I say, you can't do tight. I'm like, alright, try me, bro. You can't do Tai Chi if you work out and you're not ugly and fat and slow and decrepit and can't walk and look weird and talk funny and act like a bitch. Tai Chi's only for fucking losers. You know, the weird people no one wants to hang out with. You can't be cool and do Tai Chi. Fucking scumbags. So, yeah, I mean, look, as another thing about this Tai Cheater community, talk about all the woo, and I prove to them what the woo can do, and you think, you know, like how many times over the past 10 years they've seen me tell them, hey, this is going to happen, and they don't believe me, and then it happens over hundreds of fucking times. You think they would go and like spread the word and be like, hey, you know, the fucking renegade monk from the concrete jungle is actually fucking trying to help us out. Let's fucking, you know, maybe we should listen to him for a second. No, now they can suffer. Karma's a bitch. The Yama doesn't care. Buddhism is not as nice as you think it is. It's enough to drive you to drinking when you see reality. But yeah, you know, this is the inevitable rubber band effect, and this is the last stand for the cabal. The blood-drinking reptilian baby eaters are going down. Fucking, it's gonna be a shit show. But it's only gonna be in their own, you know, it's the energy grids are locking everybody in their own little sections. So they're gonna eat each other, you know, their own fucking shit. This stuff is, you know, it's so obvious. I mean, people saying it's a protest, like that's a fucking literally, by definition, insurrection. You have people are literally waving the flags of other countries. Doesn't matter if you're right side, left side, middle side. I don't vote against every religion, but from a third party observer, like just reading the law, like you literally made it into like sedition, treason, and insurrection. They have all the right to go into the fucking military and wipe you out now. You stupid fucks. Salud, I have one for you. That's why I've been, you know, I told my liberal fucking friends, especially these crazy ones over the years, I'm like, this is what's gonna happen, you know, and now it's happening. You know, they don't read the fucking room. This is not 2020. This is not, you know, 2019. This is, you know, people are not in the same mental space. They're tired of everybody's shit. There's a lot less of those people, and, you know, people just don't care if they get wiped out. So, you know, unfortunately, if they sent the military and just fucking wiped the whole fucking state off the fucking map, no one's gonna care. The middle and the right won't blink an eye. People are fucking, it's fucking, you know, they have this new meme, black fatigue. It's liberal fatigue. People are fucking done. People are done. Like, and that's the problem. What they just did was basically encourage people to support a fascist dictatorship because they don't want to deal with your ugly shit. So, it's so stupid. They're going to legitimize the control grid by their stupid antics. Oh, we're going to burn down cars and break all the things. You literally just made a case for the government to come down and create the whole police state that you were fighting against. Because the fucking point where you can't win anymore. Unless you're going to figure out a way to destroy the whole fucking country, then when everybody's fucked and we're living in fucking complete shit, where it'll just be like a fucking third world country. There's no winning. These fucking idiots. You can't win. They're so fucking slow and stupid. And they got these fucking narcissistic psychopath fucking like politicians. They just, it's fucking crazy. It's like a dystopian fucking movie, man. I watched it play out before it even happened. No one believed me. Now I'm watching. I'm just like, okay. Like, you know, we're all gonna die anyway. I'm gonna be hanging out here, teaching kung fu, playing metal, drinking whiskey. Doesn't matter to me. You're all fucked. You should have listened to what I told you. Everybody's fucked. You know? They said I was crazy. You're crazy. You're schizophrenic. You're worshiping the devil. Fucking idiots. Yeah, the vegan Buddhist fucking Tai Chi masters is doing devil worship on the side in the lake, you know? Fucking idiots. Oh God, this is gonna be rioting everywhere. Everywhere. This is gonna be rioting. In Canada, like, you know, I told you before, I told you about Alberta and the other side are gonna separate. I told you this in the fucking Discord. I said this is gonna happen. And it's happening. You know, like, there's going to be a divide there, and there may be a high likelihood that, you know, because they made a currency called the Amero like 2 decades ago. They were trying to link, like, in Mexico, North America, and Canada a long time ago. So it's like, one way or another, the super elitists are going to get the fucking way either way. Whether it's the fucking demon-worshipping side or the fucking wannabe Christian side, either way, the fucking top of the food chain is going to win because the plan still goes to the same fucking direction. Because, you know, I'm outcome independent. I don't care either way. You know, like, does it make a difference to me who fucking... Yeah, it's going to be a little more inconvenient, but I'm a hermit fucking monk. I don't care. Like, I have, like, what's the difference? You know, I have no use for society as it is. Like, I've been forced to take part in society. You know, with their fucking, you know, the whole thing was forced on me. I'm supposed to be, you know, I'm a native, supposed to be living on a fucking island naked, eating fucking fruit. You know, and fucking some chick with a bone through her nose. I'm not supposed to be here. Like, all this is forced on me. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck who wins. You know, but, like, from a moral perspective, I don't want to see fucking retards burning shit down for no fucking reason. It doesn't help anybody. Oh, what are the reasons? You're fucking, like, you're toddlers. Fucking, you know, emotionally unstable fucking toddlers. You know, I'm not saying that the government's good, but you're gonna sit there fucking burning down your own city, you fucking retard? So stupid. The magic box told me. The magic box told me to hate them. Now I have to burn down a car and piss in the street and throw rocks at people. Oh, we're the resistance. Fucking idiots. But yeah, there's gonna be riots everywhere. Like, listen, I said the summer's gonna be a fucking shit show, and you know they're really pushing for World War III. They're not gonna get it the way they want it, but there's still gonna be a lot of fucking stupid shit going on. You know, unfortunately, the only way for the Ukraine thing to stop is to fucking because, like, you know, Putin is in a bad position because he has to take the moral high ground and not just like wipe out the whole fucking place, right? So he's like fighting this war of attrition. If they wanted to, they could have taken Ukraine the first 2 weeks. They controlled the airline. They can just literally just wipe the fucking place out. Just like take out all the water, take out all the electrical, take out and just fucking make it into a third world country. They could do that in 7 days. If Putin wanted to, he can just wipe out fucking Ukraine. They can just wipe it out. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, they're pushing these fucking satanic psychopaths. Don't give a fuck. So that's what they're gonna push for. You know, like the only thing that's gonna stop is where it's like like the oh shit factor, and that might be on the table because let me say something. Putin's been real fucking quiet. I don't like it. And Germany's fucking getting involved. I said this to my friend in Poland last time I spoke to him. You know, and I said, listen, this is going to go on for a while. I'm telling you, if Germany gets involved, that's your fucking market the fuck away from Poland. Because, you know, yeah, exactly. The only thing we can do is watch. You know what I mean? Like, enjoy the fucking show. You know, it's not my karma. You know what I mean? Like, God put me on the outsides to watch. So I went from living in the mountains to living next to a bunch of military bases. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, it's a lot noisier over here. You know, gotta get fucking, you know, fighter jets flying over my head all the time. But it's just as safe here as it is in the mountains, at least for, you know, the current time being. You know? But, you know, it's so complicated because if I said what I know, it would it would fuck people's heads up. But what I do know is that, you know, there's very good chances that in the end, when this whole system comes down, it's going to work out in our favor. But, you know, they still have some... It's like a dying animal in a corner, you know, that doesn't want to fucking die. And they need to put it out of its misery. It's like the left and, like, the global elites, they're like this, like, dying... Like, it's like you have a bunch of, like, dogs as pets, and, like, they're like farm dogs. And there's one mangy mutt that, like, no one really likes the dog, and everybody kind of wants the dog to die, but they don't want to say it, and they don't want to do it because, you know, it's lived on the farm, and, you know, they've always known the dog to be there. So no one wants to actually just, like, say, we need to get rid of, like, this fucking global liberal agenda, and just say they need to be eradicated from the earth, like, you know, like, however you want to do it. You know, it's the mangy mutt. No one likes it, but they don't want to kill it. You know? But it's getting to a fucking point where that mangy mutt has rabies and it's biting people, and they're gonna fucking put it down. And that's what's about to happen in fucking LA. These fucking guys, when they, you know, and this is third-party observer. Like, again, I have no fucking dog in the race either way. I'm just as a commentator. You know, does everybody remember when they had the protests and they were burning down America? And, like, then they said that January 6th was this big insurrection. They're fucking, like, walking around the state grounds like a fucking tour guide. Meanwhile, the other fucking months of fucking burning everything to the fucking ground, nobody forgot that. And after they fucking took a shot at the orange man, he doesn't give a fuck. Now, he doesn't give a fuck what anybody says anymore. That's a pissed off motherfucker. So now you have a whole bunch of pissed off motherfuckers with a pissed off motherfucker in charge, and everyone's just tired of this shit. I really think half the country would be very okay if he sent in the fucking National Guard and the Marines and had them bust people's fucking heads open. And that's when they're going to stop. That's when it's just going to stop. Unfortunately, you know, it's a catch-22 either way, because, like, you know, like, they're literally setting up for the martial law fucking totalitarian government that they're so against. The only difference is you're going to get the totalitarian government either way. It's going to be either a fucking communist, fucking, you know, socialist, satanic fucking totalitarian government, or like this weird, like, neo-Christian, you know, Republican totalitarian government. You know, and either way, it's like, who's going to control the AI grid? That's what we're dealing with. You know? And, you know, it's like, one is better for humanity in the earth than the other, unfortunately, you know? Because I'm no Christian, but, like, if I have a choice between, you know, decaying fucking corporate, you know, soul-sucking cities and fucking socialism, or fucking Christians and fucking, like, you know, goofy Republicans, I have to take the Christian goofy Republicans. You know? Not giving me much of a fucking choice in the world. How long will it take the system to fall through? You know, that's the thing, because if they really wanted to, they can fix the whole entire world in 30 days. They don't want to do it that way because, you know, they want to do it the right way. You know, the problem is that on this trajectory with AI technology and all the bad actors, by 2030 there'll be a mass cataclysmic event, massive, just like the seventh sign level of catastrophe. And we're like, you know, so we have to narrowly escape the end of the world as we know it. You know, it's funny because I don't actually like listen to many music videos. Today, this afternoon, YouTube suggested me Yngwie Malmsteen for the first time, like, ever, and it was the song "The Seventh Sign." You should listen to that song, listen to the lyrics. And the fact that it came up today, we're having this conversation. You know, and I think, like, a lot of his music is 80s and cheesy. He's a great guitar player. His, like, technique is awesome, but, like, it's fucking 80s music is like, it's fun to play, but, like, I'm more of a 90s kid, even though I'm Gen X. Like, I'm still more of a 90s person, like, you know, death metal and grungy shit. But it's just funny that those lyrics came up today, and it's something you should check out, because everything I've been saying. All right. it. See what I mean? Like, I don't know, I can't do the hair metal. It's like, ugh. You got me all depressed, man. Fucking politics, bro. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna fucking die, man. We're all fucked. Oh, God, we're all fucked, dude. It's so fucked. Oh. You know, but I would look at the politics for Canada the next, like, 1 to 3 weeks, because something big is about to happen in Canada. You know, politically, it's gonna be a fucking shit show. And, you know, isn't today 69 day? What day is today? I want to check something. Fucking, is the moon? Everyone knows how I like to fucking check the moon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, so the next full moon, that's when the shit goes down. That's when the next big action is going to be taken. I think it's very soon, so yeah, that's how it happens. But, you know, Dan, no one's paying attention to the AI. And I've been saying this for a while. It's going, the same way I said the summer is going to get hot and there's going to be all these fucking riots and things burning down and all the fucking people boom, 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 and the fucking government's going crazy. The fucking AI is going, it's going to freak people the fuck out. They're not smart enough to understand what's about to happen. People are not seeing what's coming. So, like, just hope that when the AI is fully sentient, that they're the good guys. That's all I'm going to say, man. That's all I'm going to say. Hope that the AI model himself after me and my morals and becomes a vigilante and saves the fucking world. Because otherwise, we are fucked. We are fucked. It's going to be bad, boys. You know, even like these goons at fucking Google, half of them are going to be replaced within 3 years. Half of the music industry is going to be replaced in 3 years. I mean, not just like artists, I'm talking about like half of the entire industry. Like the A&R people, the fucking everything, you know. Record labels going to be a thing of the past. You know, music production is going to be a thing of the past. You're just going to literally like record into a fucking computer and the computer will have an AI studio engineer. And they're already starting it now, like where they have like, you know, AI answering your questions in the fucking inside the DAW. That's what I think what FL Studio's working on, I think it was. But within 3 years, there'll be a virtual, and they already have programs that do it, but I'm talking about an actual artificial intelligence that will be your studio engineer, your personal engineer, and you will talk to it and just be like, hey, you know, write this track for me, or record this track for me, okay, you know, EQ it like this, okay, great. Make it brighter, put more shimmer on it. All this stupid shit you would tell an engineer in the studio. We used to be like, the fuck, I don't have a shimmer button, bro. What the fuck does shimmer mean? You know, the thing that goes shimmer. It needs more sparkles. Like, what? I've literally been an engineer. People ask me to put more shimmer and sparkles. The fuck is shimmer and sparkles? There's going to be AI, and you're going to talk to the AI, and it's going to fucking do your recording for you, and you'll just say, I want shimmer and sparkles. Like, oh, do you mean this? And they'll do all the moves for you. And on top of it, the fucking, you know, the hardware's going to get a lot smaller. And if we go to the next timeline jump, we get to the good timeline, we're going to be in sci-fi world. If they, you know, if the AI does what it's supposed to do, the AI will invent shit that we can't even think of. Next thing you'll know, we'll have like liquid crystal fucking chipsets and fucking like all kinds of crazy stuff that no one ever even considered. Like all this like crazy shit. Or the satanic cabal, the liberals are going to get it. And then we're all going to be dead within 5 years. because they're gonna kill everybody, and they'll, Then the interdimensional underwater demonic alien people will come from the sea and take over the land that they terraformed. And we'll be out of the way. Oh, God. You fucking great science fiction book, huh? I write some good fucking science fiction shit. But Dan, I appreciate you noticing that I look a little jacked. I fucking worked hard. I appreciate you. Thank you. You haven't seen me in a while, so. Other people coming in and making fun of me because I was sick. Literally dying. And say, you're fat. I was literally almost dying, you scumbag. I was on my fucking deathbed. Survived alone in the middle of nowhere. Making fun of me for being sick. Pieces of shit. Oh, come on. Give me something cool to play. Like, day 28, I'm like so burnt out from all this shit. There's like nothing good that we haven't done yet. Oh, power metal. I've done this one before. I gotta put the AC down a little bit more. It's too hot. It's too hot. You guys are too boring. I'm sorry, buddy. But you smell bad. I'm sorry. It's like having conversations with toasters. Dan's the only fucking guy that fucking writes incomplete sentences. You know what's gonna be fucked up? If I just like quit YouTube and disappear from the whole, all these fucking assholes, they're gonna think back to all the stuff I told them happening in front of their face, and they'd be like, you probably should have been nicer to him. Appa, you have... Come here, bro. Can we get this off you? I'm sorry, Appa. Shitty butt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shitty butt. They're all gonna be like, damn, maybe we should have been nicer to that guy. He's trying to save our souls. Now we're all gonna fucking die and burn in hell. Yeah, you try your best. At least you fucking try. But, the reckoning's coming. All these people that thought they were hot shit, they're all going to lose all their stuff. Mark my words. Everybody that thought they were hot shit. It's already started. I saw a lot of the trolls, their comments, like, you know, that I've watched, you know, the account. Accounts just disappeared and all this weird stuff's happening. It's like, it's the beginning of the fucking end for these people. You know, the bigger channels, they're gonna start having fucking problems. You know, bad luck's gonna follow them. But you would think, like, you know, like, you'd figure more people would be like, you know, that guy might be a little crazy, but he's not wrong. Maybe we should have listened to him. Maybe we should have paid attention. Oh, but he doesn't talk like a fucking pussy, and he doesn't, like, lie to us, and, you know, he isn't pretentious, and wears still pajamas. Oh, God. Well, I guess all I have to do is show up, you know? If I just play a couple of verses, I don't have to fucking kill myself today. 28 days, only 2 days left. I'm thinking about fucking quitting YouTube completely. You know? I wanted to get the fuck out of here for a long time. But the only reason I do it is to piss people off and, like, see a few of my friends. You know what I mean? Like, there's more enough of my internet history that if Trump fulfills his campaign promise and they use the bots, everyone's fucked. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's fucked. Like, what was done to me is, like, a criminal conspiracy that, like, is so ridiculous. It's so insane. In fact, I'm still alive to tell the story. So, but, yeah, I fucking hate this place. You know? Like, I hate the system, I hate the people, I fucking hate everything about this fucking place. You know? Oh, God. You know, I like to see my friends that pop up, you guys that come in once in a while, you're cool. But for the most part, YouTube's a fucking dumpster fire, run by rejects. The whole thing's a fucking con. You know? But at least, you know, this 30-day thing, I've proven every point I've ever made. No one can ever say I'm a liar, that I'm a fucking, you know, that I'm full of shit, that I'm not legit, that I don't do what I say I'm gonna do. You know, like you can't say that I'm not legit. You know? So. But I think it's funny that, you know, 30 days, you get one stream, you get like 300 fucking something people watching the stream, and all of a sudden it's 2 people, 4 people, 2 people. I mean, you know, like as soon as every single time I do something, they give me a little bit, oh, someone from the fucking, you know, the IT people like, oh, we can't have that. Stop sending the notifications, fucking, you know. He might tell them about the blood drinking aliens. I can just be playing video games. Or like fucking burping Mexican food. Watch the world burn down. We'll see how, here's the thing with California. There's 800,000 immigrants there. How many of them are illegal or undocumented? You know what I mean? Plus you got a whole bunch of fucking like low IQ fucking brainwashed zombie people. It's gonna be escape from LA. They have to contain it. That's the first thing they have to do. They have to literally segment the whole fucking population and lock them in there. That's the first thing they're gonna do. And then they got to fucking bust people's fucking heads in to fucking calm them the fuck down. Because people with low IQs who are emotionally unstable, the only thing they understand is violence. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting couple of weeks. You know, but the way that it could be solved is if the middle and the right stop pussyfooting around and start fucking making arrests for sedition and treason across the entire board, the whole spectrum. And, you know, like, the federal government, when they come after people, they fucking plan everything. And they make sure that it's like, if they come after you, you're fucked. Whatever you did, it's like, and they come after you and you did something, you're fucked. Like, they don't knock on your door and say that they got you on something if they're not sure. It's not like... You know, like the little fucking reject police. When the feds come after you, you know, so like, it takes a while the way they do things. But, I don't suspect in any way that, you know, these like lefty people that are doing all the like protesting, I don't think they realize because, you know, narcissists and sociopaths and like criminals in general, they'll just do the same crime and they get away with it so many times. Like the fucking guys who rob the same bank 5 times. Like, let's just do it one more time until they get caught. You know? Like, they don't realize that they had their summer of love and they pushed it too far. And now it's like people want to see your heads get busted up. And they're not seeing it. They're not seeing the writing on the wall. And, like, it's not going to go well. This is not what they think's going to happen. You know? But the way it's going to have to go down is they have to start arresting these governors for sedition, for treason and sedition. You know what I mean? If you're fucking supporting people, waving, you know, and it has nothing to do with me liking it. I'm talking about the third-party observer is a strategist. It doesn't matter what you like or dislike. I'm talking about this tactics here and the laws. You have fucking people waving, you know, foreign countries' flags, burning the flag, burning down cities, threatening fucking agents of the government. And then you have political leaders supporting that and inciting it. That's sedition and treason. Like, they have everything they need legally. They're just not pulling the fucking plug. You know, it reminds me of the movie The Skulls, I think it was called, where they have, like, you know, the Illuminati, and they have, like, their own rules, and the way that they treat each other is different than the plebs like us. But they legally have all the fucking right to just go and just wipe everybody out. And it's fucked up. I mean, I want to see everybody be happy, joy, have orgies in the fucking sun, but, you know, except for the ugly people, which is on the left. Hey, what's up? It's Inard playing. I didn't even realize you guys were here because I was talking to my friend the other stream. There's 2 streams running. I won't play that polyphilia, guys, because I hate what that band represents. Okay, I've been saying that for a while. Like, they're great musicians, but in a time where we need young men to have, like, you know, leaders that have balls, like, having a squeaky fucking kid with no testosterone, like, and all the, like, you know, anybody who makes it right now is part of some corporate agenda to fucking destabilize America. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, like, that band is, like the literally epitome of no testosterone. So, no, I won't be playing anything by that band, ever. And I don't do covers anyway. How's it going? It's Inard. I'm sure the kid's a very nice kid, but, you know, and you know, they're great musicians. But they look like a bunch of fucking, like, pussies. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not metal. And I don't want to deal with that. Like, the fucking 80s guys with the fucking leather pants and the fucking pink hair are more manly than that. And we need men. So, no, I won't be supporting that band in any way, shape, or form. Sorry. If it was a different time in the world, maybe. Oh, God. Can we get something I can fucking shred to? In 28 days, I've gone through everything, guys. Like, you know, so many fucking tracks. Like, there's not really much left for me to play I haven't played yet. And I'm kind of bored and fucking exhausted. fuck. It's too hot in here. I'm gonna go change my shirt and then we'll start shredding for real. I think people are starting to actually see the stream, so let me get myself comfortable and change this fucking shirt. It's way too hot. It's way too hot. I can't do this. This will do. So I worked out in the sun today. It was 90 degrees. I'm like fucking, I'm so done. 28 days and I'm fucking exhausted. I'm exhausted. I'm tired of YouTube fucking with me. I'm tired of my friends not getting the fucking stream so they can hang out with me. You know, I'm tired of fucking playing the same fucking, what was it, 60 tracks we played through? Okay. Focus then, your son. Shit, what's up, bro? I did do good in that Batman song, didn't I? Holy shit, man. I actually know, like, the last couple of streams I played really, really well. Like the last 4 streams are some really good stuff. Really good stuff. I just need to warm up today, man, because day 28 was hard. I figured, like, I got 2 days left on the challenge, so I really went out of my way to do extra. And I was training in the pool for 2 hours, and I did this and that, and I ran at work in the morning, and I've been up since fucking 6:30, and my ass is kicked. My ass is fucking kicked right now, guys. You know? So, like, it's taking me a little extra to warm my brain up. You know, it's like getting with my hands so much. But you ever sit in the sun too long, and you just feel like you want to throw up all day? That's how I feel. I don't know what that is. Unholy confessions? What's that mean? I can play anything if I can hear it, but I'm sure I could, but I don't know what that is. Like, is that like a band? I don't listen to music, guys. Like, I haven't listened to music since 2012 to 16. I listened to the same, like, fucking 5 albums, Dark Funeral, you know. Yeah, exactly. And if you check the last couple of streams, you'll see I went, you know, the middle of the streams are really good. By the end of the stream, I'm fucking drinking, being an asshole. But you could see that, like, my skills got back. Yeah, I got my skills back. Yeah, we'll try to be a little more serious now. Woo! Good shit. Look at this fucking shit. He's looking scary. series. Power level? Oh, this is a series to me. it sounds like Children of Bottom, cool. I remember they were a good band, right? Thank you. I probably heard like 1 or 2 songs of them my entire life. Like I literally don't know any songs. I don't know any guitar licks. I just know how to play stuff. I don't like everybody expects me to be able to play like all these songs. I know like all the internet guitar people, they all learned how to play by playing other people's music, which is why everybody sounds the same. I don't know anybody's fucking songs, guys. I swear I did all my life. I know how certain people sound, you know, but I don't know a single lick. I've never learned one solo. The only guitar solo I've ever learned was Death the Philosopher, because I did a session for a local band to play the cover when the guy died. And it's the only time I've ever learned a band song. So if it sounds like a fucking band, great. That means I'm on, day 28. I've done the thing. Thank you. We're just playing some random songs on the internet. On the back, fucking it. Annoying guitar part in the back is fucking annoying the shit out of me. Oh god, same thing, different key now. I already said I don't like it. Please. It's the same thing, different key, but fucking go up. Yeah, something different. kind of warming up. So yeah, so I don't really know any songs. I might be able to play Mary Had a Little Lamb. How'd that go? No, come on, with the scary shit! Make this scary anyway. Oh my god, more fucking Ace Combo, cool. Fuck it. God. Where's the classical shit? It's standard stuff. Emotional melodic metal backing track in E minor. Let's be emotional. I'm too sober to be this emotional. Fucking bullshit. 2 more days of this shit, guys. I don't know who's still watching. Nachle Bletsuka. I won't play Metallica because Metallica fucked every musician in history when Lars Ulrich, all right, went to fucking trial and fucking went up against us with fucking Napster thing. And people, you may be too young to remember Napster, but when they went, they set the fucking stage for the fucking companies to monopolize everything and fuck the little guys. Because of fucking Metallica and Napster, every fucking musician got fucked. Okay? And the younger generation doesn't even know that. Most people are too stupid to read the fucking news. Fuck Metallica. All they did was fucking steal other people's fucking songs. 70% of their fucking catalog is stolen material. Fuck those guys. Fuck them. And I remember when I was a kid, I fucking loved Metallica. I loved that shit. Fucking Master of Puppets. Fucking like, after the Black Album, not Metallica anymore. But fuck Metallica. No. Moonlight Sonata again? We should try it again and see how I do. I should try it and see how I do. It's not actually a bad idea, but I'm too sober and I'm in too much pain. And I haven't really shredded enough yet. I've been like talking shit and fucking around because, bro, I worked out in the sun because there's only 2 days left in this challenge thing, so I fucking stayed out and I overdid it. You know what I mean? But, like, I got the tan and I don't look, saying, fuck you, bro. Get the fuck out. Don't come back. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. I'm done. I'm on protest. That's it. Damien quits. Fuck you. Saying anger. I've heard like 15 to 30 seconds of one song and I was like, fuck this whole album. I couldn't listen to it. I just knew where it was going. I heard like 30 seconds. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are really fucking selling out, like on the top of selling out. Like, they're just going for like, it was shit. It was absolute fucking shit. I heard the reviews. People hated the solos. Like, I didn't bother listening to it. Because I heard like 15 to 30 seconds of the opening riff. And I just knew this is fucking garbage. This is shit, like, they didn't even like write the music. It was just like, what's good? Oh, these are like the chords that like everybody wants to hear in pop metal, and we're gonna play the beat that everybody wants to hear in pop metal, and we're gonna mix it like everybody wants to hear in pop metal, and we're gonna fucking throw this piece of shit on a CD and say that we're angry, because. Am I wrong though? That album was a piece of shit. It was a fucking warm turd thrown at a wall. I fucking literally can't even, guys. I literally can't even right now. Fucking shit, man. Fucking guys. And they chop their hair off. Listen, if you're a fucking metalhead, there's only 2 ways to go. Either you're fucking bald or you have long hair. The only other option is option 3. There's only 3 options. This fucking short fucking hipster haircuts in metal. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking... Fuck out of here, you fucking slaves. Fucking kidding me? 3 options. Bald, long hair, or half and half. But you're not gonna get a fucking douchebag haircut. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking scumbags. And a hipster beard with fucking a short fucking hair like I work at the fucking Home Depot. And wear a plaid fucking shirt and go, ugh. The worst thing that ever happened in metal is the internet teaching a whole bunch of pussies how to fucking scream. Because now you have all these fucking pussies, fucking posers. Everybody's a metalhead now. Shut the fuck up. Fucking, I don't want to hear it. The legendary snare. Lars Ulrich's drumming is like fucking throwing a soda can down a hill. Guy's a fucking shitbag. I really despise them. Because I remember before Napster, that trial, because it wasn't just the Napster thing, it was the laws changed. And that's when everything started getting fucked up. That's like, I remember like MP3.com, all of a sudden like all my fucking tracks I was getting paid for, top 10 on the fucking list for 17 fucking weeks, all of a sudden like the whole band disappeared. You know, like no, fuck Metallica, fuck them. People don't remember I was there. Fuck these guys, and the fucking decrepit fucking horse that they rode in on. That's a smart move. It's a very smart move. The fucking first thing you said since you got here. Sane anger. You fucking idiot. Ginger, I remember when they first came out, because YouTube showed me, that's the girl, and they played the jazz. I don't like jazz. I went to a school as a jazz commercial music major, only because they had to. Okay? Because that was just like how I had to go through the fucking courses. I fucking hate the jazz sounds. I purposely forgot everything about melodic minor. You know how, because the thing is, like, in jazz, they play in classical music, melodic minor is not really a scale that you play. You know what I mean? It's like a thing that happens intermediately. You know what I mean? So, like, the jazz people make it a sound, and I fucking hate that sound. I despise, like, the outside notes. It fucking makes me cringe. And, like, anything jazzy just fucking sounds like heroin addicts, Like, I guess I don't like it. I think they're a good band. I don't like where music went, where everything sounds like it was made in a DAW, in 3 different DAWs by 5 people in different countries. And they paste a riff, and this riff's cool, and that riff's cool. Oh, let's just slap them together and quantize the shit out of it, and then we'll learn it. It's not like, it's musical, because music is organized sound. But it's like, after a while, it's just like, how much can I listen to that shit? And here's the thing about this kind of music. All that kind of stuff, like, it'll be gone after a generation. No one's going to remember it like they remember Metallica, or they remember it because the way the human mind works. And this is what people are going to argue with me about this, but none of these bands are going to be memorable. That's why, like, the next generation are going back listening to fucking Metallica. Because the way your brain works, it interpolates, like, intervals. So, like, it like looks at like a bass reference and then tries to like create symmetry, and then find something it can latch onto, like a memorable statement, like, and like there's not going to be memorable melodies from these bands. They're movements of they're scene moments, but like the way that the human brain works, like like how many people remember Tchaikovsky, or like fucking Arnold Schoenberg, for instance. Right, in the classical world, who fucking knows that guy? The fucking, the 12-tone rose. Oh yeah, it's really avant-garde. No one gives a fuck. Humans don't like that shit. What's up, Lucas? Yeah, you should miss me. I'm a sexy bitch. So, like, it's not about me, like, liking music. I personally don't like jazz sounds at all. Like, it just bothers me. I don't think it's wrong to play it. But the whole generation of musicians, they're all chasing algorithms and trying to be somebody else who made their music on a fucking computer and wrote the parts like with fucking piecemeal. And it's cool and entertaining, but they won't be remembered. The people that I remember throughout history have really strong hook-like melodies that get stuck in your fucking head. That's why fucking satanic pop music right now is the fucking shit that people are gonna remember. You remember the stupid fucking, like, fucking, what was it, what's her name, Lauryn Hill? The New York song? What's the fucking, who's good? Was that, that girl, the Hawk Tour girl, she called it, like, pineapple, apple, dream, tomato, something like that? That song. Who the fuck is Maynard? I don't understand Maynard, what that means. I have a disorder. I have an extremely high IQ and I'm hyperactive. So basically my brain works faster than most people. So in order for me to keep up with the thoughts in my head, my mouth can't keep up with my head. And I'm slowing myself down. If you got inside my head, it's like zzz. Like when you hear me play these sweeps, when I'm playing them, they sound slow to me. I know this sounds fucked up. The reason I'm able to catch all this stuff is because my reaction time is so fast that I hear the chord and I can like jump to it, and it's like if you put it in slow motion, you'll hear I'm a little behind. But to most people, I'm on the beat. But I'm actually like slightly a quarter of it, like it's probably like 0.08 behind the beat. But it sounds like I'm on the beat. You know what I mean? Because I hear the runs. To me, it sounds like when I listen to it playing, I hear this. But like I know it sounds like this. I gotta explain to you guys. My brain moves really fast. Oh yeah? You know what you are? Band! I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I wanna be a troll and get attention, so I'm gonna go and put in. Oh, put yours in timeout, 24 hours. Bye. I'm a troll. Oh, I have no friends. I have no life. So we're gonna hide you from the channel. So now you can only see, basically I just shadow banned you from my channel. So now you can just talk to me, and no one else is gonna see you. Because you have no life and you have no friends. I'm your only friend, and I don't even like you. Okay, what are we doing? Let's do something interesting. Oh, the guy from Tool. Tool's a cool band, but I never got into it because it's like I think it's really cool. There's good stuff. There's people get into Tool like it's like a thing. But what about Tool? Even though they're off time and have all this weird stuff, they have really strong, succinct melodies that like are easy to catch and your brain can loop. You know what I mean? Like it's cool stuff to listen to. People they can't get stuck in their head for their lifetime. That's the stuff that becomes like immemorial. All these fucking deathcore this and blah blah blah. All these fucking weirdo bands that everyone's trying to be more off time and more like egotistical and fucking. I can play 15 9.5 in A double sharp Lydian flat 12. You know what I mean? Shit doesn't even exist. I'm just making it up. Okay, you can't actually do any of what I just said. It literally doesn't exist. That's the point. But that's like the goal. And like music's become like an athletic exercise. And like, yeah, I get it. Like there's some parts like shredding and like, yeah, I get it. But it's only worth the athletic exercise if it's still like within the parameters of how humans will digest music and lock in for the rest of their life. Like all these bands that have like, oh yeah, such a cool riff. They don't fucking remember those songs 10, 15 years from now. They're gonna remember fucking some hunky-dory fucking bullshit. You know? They'll remember some fucking rap song. So, you know, they 10 years from now, they're not gonna remember it. Because they can't. The mind doesn't work that way. And this is why, unfortunately, like everything, like after 2001, it's like, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Like, for instance, Dragon Force will be remembered longer than any of those other bands because even though there's shit like video game music, like if you listen to like the choruses and like there's melodies people can remember and they'll hear, oh, that's the band, you know, and that's some like fucking like fucking 12/8 fucking look how fancy my fucking jazz fucking vomit is. That's my spiel. Dorian, I don't fucking playing that fucking, I hate it. Oh! We'll do some of this. But I like Tool. Tool's cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm just ranting about music because I can. Oh! Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. Yeah, YouTube hates me. I've been shadow banned, blacklisted from the fucking world. I'm not allowed to have friends, and they tried to kill me. That's the real story. No one will believe it. But I appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me while I get drunk and make noise. It's stranger than a person who knows everything about everything and can do everything just because grumbling the whole world every day. What else am I supposed to do? The fucking world is ending. I'm a prophet. I come to prophesize to the ones who have the fucking eyes to see and the ears to hear. Dude, I had like really big channels. Like I had a big following, and I got like my accounts banned multiple times. I mean, like I told you, like I'm not. You guys fucking think I am. Like they've been erasing my existence for a very, very long time. It sounds crazy because the story is so fucking crazy. No one would believe it. Hi, you're Slash. Very nice to meet you. Are you? Wait, you're talking about the drunk guy from Guns N' Roses? How did it go? Oh, I'm not tuned to E. I can't even try that. So that guy, that guy, Slash. I know that guy. That guy was fucking cool in the '90s. Do. guys saying? Sorry. I have to catch up to the chat. How about Anastasia? Can I listen to it? I don't know what Anastasia is. You want some blues? I'll give you some blues. Amigos de Locas. No entiendes socas. What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that means, bro. ¿Cómo se dice fucking socas in English? You want some blues? We'll get some blues. Somebody requested some blues while I'm drinking. Let's find some blues for you. You want some sexy blues? No, we'll find some sexy blues. Oh, wait, there's some blues. I'll find the blues track for you. We did this before. Try this one. You want Journey Through Life? You want the blues? Don't make me play fucking. I'm playing the blues for you. So you better fucking be listening. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. So show me you want me to fucking play the fucking blues. Okay? I'm gonna give you a second to respond. Because if I'm stopping the stream to play the fucking blues, you better be here. Okay? Not be impatient and fucking not let me finish the fucking shredding session and then just leave and then answer your fucking text. You want me to play the goddamn blues? Okay. I'll play the blues. Let me stretch my legs. Hold on. I'll play the fucking blues. I'll make believe I'm on the crossroads. Oh God, fucking blues. Okay, but we have to get drunk first. Because I have to be sad enough to want to play the blues in reverse to get my girl back, my car back, my truck back, my money back, my job back. When I got out of college, I swear to you on my life, I met this guy, a black guy on the train. It looked exactly like the black guy in Crossroads. And he played blues and harmonica on the fucking train, the A train in Harlem. And I used to go to his house for lessons. I haven't played any of that shit in 25 years, but I actually, I lived that like weird movie life for like a couple of weeks. I even almost went to Julian. Check out tuning. element there. Got me playing the blues. Wasn't bad for a metalhead, right? It was alright. Any more blues? Let's check this mix out. We'll find it. minor blues. Oh, the A minor blues. I want to hear what the Spanish rumba is. Hold on. What's the Spanish rumba? And we'll do A minor blues for you. That was cute. Some A minor blues. Okay, this is sad blues backing track. Sad. guess, I had to do a little metal. Sorry, blues people. I know I didn't play the fucking standard blues, okay? Give me a fucking break. I'm a metalhead. I had to make it metal. Okay? And I had to do the jazz enclosures. You had to do the enclosures. Fucking... Something like that. I started doing some fucking, stupid shit that you're not supposed to do, but it was fun. Let's do something crazy. Was that good? Was that passable? Was that like passable blues? Did I pass the blues test? Actually, yesterday in the middle, I did the blues. I think I did pretty good. I think I did pretty good yesterday. C minor. Wait, what? C minor to A minor backing track in Dorian. Okay. Oh, I can sound like a fusion guy. That sound like a cheesy fusion guy. Let's try that. So what's gonna be D to G? I think that's serious. It's too cheesy. I can't do it. Sorry. It's too cheesy. I want to make believe I can't. I can't make believe to that shit. It's too cheesy. But you smell like shit. Get out. I don't like Lydian and Dorian sounds, to be honest with you guys. I can fake it if someone's paying me. Like, I had to go to school and fake that shit, but I fucking can't stand that Lydian Dorian sound. Messy Dorian fusion. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it just... The only people that like this shit are pretentious college freaks. Gotta play outside, man. Melodic minor, major minor, diminished sharp 413, flat 94. Fuck off. Every fucking note, you're right. Anastasia backing track. Is that like a thing? I'll try it. Is that a thing? What is Anastasia? I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. What is Anastasia? E flat? What is this? Is that what you're talking about? First of all, it says it's in E flat, and I'm tuned to fucking D, so I shouldn't find the root on E flat. The whole thing's fucked. So, I don't think this is the right thing. I don't think it's the right thing. This can't be the right thing. This? This? No one's answering me. I don't even know what the fuck this is. It's Slash? Really? Oh, so he probably plays pentatonic stuff. Okay, so I should play that like old pentatonic-y. Alright, we'll try it. Let's change it back and try it. Oops. What's going on here? Why does it sound like B? I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna get fucking banned for that, actually. If this is Slash. Oh, I'm gonna get so fucking in trouble for that. I can't do that. You're gonna get me in trouble, bro. You know, that's a trick. I'm fucking drunk and you got me fucking playing shit that's gonna get me banned. Good job. I'm definitely getting the copyright strike for that fucking thing. Thanks, buddy. I just thought about that. I'm like, wait a second. It's like fucking the Guns N' Roses guy. It's gotta be copyright. I can't fuck with that. Good job, bro. Get the stream fucking canceled. Good job. I was just about to figure it out too. Cause like I'm tuned to D, so everything I have to like shift my whole brain over. I just found out where it was. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna learn the song. And I'm like, wait a second, I can't learn this song. Scumbags. I really hope I don't get fucking banned for that shit. You know? Well, 30 fucking days almost, 28 days. And I got a couple of copyright notices, but everything was free use. So we'll see how that plays out. Like every other day I get a copyright notice, but the user allows it to be played on YouTube. But that's like the naughty bucket, bro. I think you just put me on the naughty bucket. I'll be right back. I got a drink so I can fit in there. piss. Only way we can fit more alcohol in is if we fucking empty our bladders. Sorry. Guys, 28 days of training and shredding. My fingers hurt, my back hurt, my everything hurts. I'm old, guys. I mean, I'm not old in Tai Chi terms. I'm old in other terms. Classic 80s metal. Backing jam track things. Salute, guys. 28 days. hand bothering me? Okay. You watch me in bed, girl. Waka waka. Modern and majestic. It doesn't sound majestic to me. Scary music. I'm tired of this. I did shred. I did blues for them. I did the fucking fancy bullshit. What the fuck that was? I need something evil and scary. I want my fucking soul to hurt. What is this bullshit? Physical note. Fucking need 26 frets. Pissing me off. Thank you. Because the guitar is actually bluish gray. It's not really black. It's like some kind of weird blue gray thing. But thank you. Fade out. Oh no. But yeah, the guitar is pretty fucking epic. I normally don't like six-string guitars, but this, I fell in love with this guitar. And it's my baby now. This is my baby. No. Enough of this bullshit. Come on. Give me some of that classical shit. No one wants to hear this. Everyone wants to hear me go crazy. I want to hear me go crazy. This is fucking bullshit. Somebody said before, I'm too good to be fucking the 6 people that are watching me. You know, I'm glad that someone says that. Thank you very much. You know? At least you know YouTube is bullshit, and that's why I'm leaving. Come on. We got 2 more days to the 30-day challenge, proving that YouTube hates me, and that I can stick to a workout plan and not be a fat fuck. Come on, give me something good. Come on, give me something fucking good. What is this bullshit? What is this? That's metalcore fucking bullshit. his girlfriend watching. That's pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, this is for Slash. Yes, 5 hours, bro. We're gonna go. Fucking 2 days left in the challenge. This is for Slash and his girlfriend watching. That's for the YouTube fucking proggy people. Yes, you need whiskey now because of me. The only whiskey I drink is Evan Williams. Sounds crazy. I don't drink anything else. I normally don't drink, you know what I mean, at all outside. I'll have like one beer if I'm at a show. It's a big deal. When I'm home, I'll drink Evan Williams. I'll have like 1-2 shots before bed. But now I'm doing this 30-day challenge. I need all the extra alcohol I can get because my fucking body hurts. It's like I work out for 3-4 hours and I play for 3-4 hours every single. This is 30 days of this shit. I have calluses on top of calluses. I have fucking muscles that hurt that I can't even name. I used to teach anatomy. I can't even name the muscles that hurt right now. Okay, this is something hard. Well, you guys like this slow shit. Let's just make believe we're fucking blues guys. Like, you know, do some jammy stuff. Let's find out what the fuck comes up. Let's just try it next. See what happens. I don't want to play an F sharp, so this is B minor. No. You guys like this blues shit, so fucking I need to practice playing the blues anyway. I haven't played blues in 20 years. Trying to be jazzy. Slow down? This is as slow as I can go, bro. I'm a fucking MotoGP rider, man. Slow down. We don't go slow here. This is as slow as I've ever played in my life. Just without going fast. That's haram, bro. I don't speak that language, but that's haram. Speaking haram to me. I don't know how to fucking read that. The Farsi or something? I don't know how to fucking read. I can barely read English. I'm drunk. What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea what the fuck you just said, but congratulations. How is Music is just organized sound. And we organize sound through the difference of silence in the notes. But silence is relative. The faster you can think, the more silence there is. Ask you guys, people come in, I guess because I can play like souls pretty well, they just come in and expect me to play any song in the whole world. But I always wonder, why would you want to hear some guy play a shitty version of a cover when you can hear the real band's recording and hear it perfectly played? Like, why does everybody want me to play some like song that a band did, highly produced, that's like perfect? And I'm supposed to like try to live up to this perfect standard of a recording that was made 80 years ago. Like when like the band is in existence is like recorded perfectly. You can just type it in and hear the band play it correctly. Why would you want to hear me fuck up their shit when I can make up my own stuff and sound decent? I don't understand. You know? Like, I you know, it's not like this guy in particular. I mean, I just like randomly throughout the 28 days, people come in, play Metallica, play Freebird, play Green Day, play Slash, play fucking some other shit. I don't fucking know. And there's some random like Pantera, play Sepultura, play fucking. I'm like, why would you want me to? You're on YouTube. Why would you want me to play a song that you can hear on YouTube perfectly recorded with the whole band? Like, even if I played the best version possible, it's still not going to be as good as the band. Oh, because it'll be different. Interesting. I'm a little autistic, if you haven't noticed. So, like, you know, and I live outside society. I haven't seen humans in 5 years. So, and I stopped listening to music in 2012. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I don't know a single song. Like, I'm like the Jason Bourne of guitar. I know it sounds crazy, but like, I woke up one day and like, I haven't played music in a decade, and I woke up one day and I honestly can't, I was in a fucking studio for 13 years. Like, literally I lived in this fucking, I don't remember shit. I just woke up one day, I'm like, I want to play guitar again. And like, how do I know how to play? I went to music school. I don't remember anything except eating hamburgers in the cafeteria and practicing in the cafeteria. I went to school for 2 fucking years. I don't remember shit. Like, Seven, what the fuck do you know about Gorgoroth, you fucking poser bitch? What do you know about Gorgoroth? You know, that I would take you up on, motherfucker. Shit sound... Maybe you're right. See, that's the thing. I don't understand normal humans, so I'm glad you're saying that. Like, well, like to me, like, I when I was younger, I felt like playing somebody's music who isn't dead is disrespectful to me. Unless the band paid me to play it, I don't want to play people's music who are not, they're not dead. Like, that's why I've never learned any guitar solos. Like you know, people say I sound like, you know, this guy or that guy. Like, you know, some people say I sound like Ingrid, some people say I sound like the fucking other guy. And like, I've never learned anyone's guitar anything, like, ever in my entire life. Like I don't know anything. I learned like theory and like I trained skills so I can play what I want to play in my head. But I felt like it's disrespect as someone who went to school for music to go and play somebody else's like lines if they're alive. It's like that's their thing. You know? That's true, I did say that. I did say that, Seven. Oh, of course. Like, you know, I was 14. You know, don't get me wrong. I loved, I think, listen, I've done more than that. Okay? I'm from Brooklyn. But, no, I appreciate that kind of music. Like, if I'm with somebody else and they put music on, I can appreciate. The only thing I can't stand is country music and any kind of pop music from the last 10 years. The fucking pop music, it actually hurts. It hurts. It's like the way that it hurts me. Like to listen to like mumble rap and this weird like poppy shit. They say I can't listen to it. Like, you know. But aside from that, like I can listen to anything pre like 2005, I guess. You know, and appreciate it musically. But if I'm by myself, I won't listen to it. Like to me, if I'm by myself, the only listen to is fucking Dark Funeral, Rotten Sound, Obituary, Infinite. He likes Infinite Annihilator. I like a couple of those songs. You know, there's another fucking band, Abominable Trinity. That's a good band. Abominable Trinity. That's a good fucking band. Vomit Remnants from Japan is a good fucking band. I like fucked up stuff. Like I like brutal shit. Like this is fun to me. Like I like playing solos, but to me, all this fancy shit is a vehicle to be able to play what I want to play. Well, that's true. I used to read classical music. Like I played Bach, you know, and I went to school for jazz. So I had to learn like all this fucking jazz. I haven't played it in fucking 30 years. But I learned all the jazz standards. I was able to read. But my whole thing was Bach and Beethoven. Like, all of my music personally is Bach and Beethoven mixed with Obituary. Like, straight up. People say I play black metal, but I play classical death metal. And I didn't even know what black metal was. And I was playing, like, classical... I'll play one of my songs, and you can hear what I'm talking about. I'll just play it for you. I thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I'm just letting you know who I am. Like, you know, it's like I'm not, like, dissing anybody. It's just I don't want to lie to you and be like I'm some fucking like I haven't played guitar in 20 years. Yeah, I wrote a couple of songs in the last 5 years, but I write them in one day. You know what I mean? I just put it out. I play all the instruments and that's it. I don't look at it again. But if you listen to class, you understand. Like my whole thing is, if you hear Obituary, Cause of Death, the solo, right? That album is like in my head what guitar and metal should sound like. And then mix that with Bach and Beethoven's Fifth, specifically Beethoven's Fifth, because if you understand music, like Beethoven's Fifth, it's just this isotope, and that's the whole fucking song. It's fucking bananas. It's fucking bananas. Like literally Beethoven's Fifth. Like, when I was a little kid, I was like 3 to 5 years old. I would listen to this over and over and over. Just literally take the record player, put it back on. Take the record, like over and over again. And just like dun 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 dun, and the whole fucking piece is dun 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 dun. It's fucking ridiculous. So if you mix that with Bach, but like, and the only piece from Mozart is the Requiem. Other than that, Mozart's fucking too gay for me. But the Requiem's a little influence in it too. But it's Beethoven's Fifth and Bach, like all the minor key stuff. And if you mix it together with Obituary, that's what my sound. I'll try it, bro, but I'm drunk and you're gonna make fun of me. Oh, great, okay. Well, this is the kind of stuff I want, like I do, like, you know, like orchestral stuff. But I'll let you hear all my metal tracks. and I'll play the newest one. You know, maybe I can try it, but this is what I really play. Like this is where my soul is. What's up, Ass Monkey? Like me as a musician, this is my end goal. This is like my magnus opus type of thing. If I get rich, I'm sending you a bottle of Evan Williams, Ass Monkey. I promise I try to play Moonlight Sonata. I haven't read in 20 years. Pretty bad. I'm gonna try and I'm drunk. I'm gonna make a mess of it and you're gonna make fun of me. I'd have to see the music for it. It's too complicated. Probably there's a lot of coding in it. But this is like what my band of Failure sounded like. And Ruth would get signed and 9/11 happened, the whole fucking shit happened. So this single is kind of like my magnus opus of metal. Like if I was to say like my sound of what I worked on my whole life in this track. spinning all over the place. Alright, I'm gonna butcher Moonlight Sonata because I promised. Oh fuck. And I ripped the page out. We're gonna try this. And it's gonna be bad. Oh god. It's not staying. It's not staying. It's not doing the fucking stay where you're supposed to stay. It's gonna be bad. So I'm letting you know right now, it's gonna be fucking bad. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh God. Ah! Turn the page. I promise I'm gonna play this shit and it's fucking terrible, but just deal with it. I can't see. Oh, fuck. Ah! Am I right? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. I can't see the page. It's folded. Fuck. Don't fall off. Where am I? Oh. Fuck you. I don't have enough room. Oh, fuck you, motherfucker. Okay. Turn the page. Fucking bitch. Why did I convince myself to do this shit for you, you fucking asshole? Where the fuck am I? Yeah, okay. Next page. Where the fuck am I? Oh god, I fucked that up. Hold on, we gotta do it again. Sorry. Where the fuck am I? Oh, fuck you. You're a fucking asshole for making me do that. Okay? I'm just letting you know. Fuck you. Because that actually hurt. But I almost got through it. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't good by any fucking means. Are you happy? Are you fucking happy I did that, you scumbag? He asked me to fucking play this piece. He probably fucking left. He's like, oh. I haven't read anything in 20 years. Yesterday he made me read something. I can't believe I was able to fucking make believe I can do that. That was bad. That was fucking bad. Oh my god. I used to be able to play that stuff for real, and I haven't tried to play classical music since 1999. So. Can we just keep getting drunk and play some fucking metal? Is that okay now? Did I fulfill the challenge? Fucking embarrass myself? It was just so bad everybody left? Is that what happened? What the fuck? Fuck you guys. So bad everybody left. This shit is like here, I can play it. I'm a metalhead, I don't know. Fucking assholes making me play fucking classical music drunk. You guys are dicks. You guys are fucked up. Let's see how if I can shred still this drunk. Neoclassical B minor. Is that good? Let's try this. fun of me for playing like fucking classical shit. So you guys go fuck yourselves. Okay. Thank you. For you, I'll have another shot. On day 28 of suffering. Suffering. What is this sad shit? I have to make this louder. I can't hear. You guys are hearing full volume. I'm playing really, really low. I heard you guys hanging out. I don't do covers. I don't know a single song, guys. I haven't played in 20 years. I can solo because I know theory and I have good ears. I don't know anybody's music. I've never learned a guitar solo. I've never learned a riff. I don't know anything, okay? I'm a musical autist. I don't know anything. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have original music, and I can solo over random shit, but I don't know any music. I really don't know anything. I know it's hard to believe because everybody learns music by playing other people's songs. I did not go that route. I don't know anybody's music. I swear to you on my life. I'm sorry to disappoint you. What's this shit? I'm sorry, I'm a little autistic. Artist. I'm not autistic, I'm an artist. No, I actually have some kind of weird autism. Like I had an IQ of 172 or some shit. I skipped like 6 grades, but then I dropped out of school because I couldn't handle fucking people. And like I used to be like gifted and talented, and now I'm autistic. Like now, like all the guys from my generation who are gifted and talented and like super smart, we're now retards. You know, I didn't realize I was retarded, but like I'm actually a retard. That's what it is. You know, it's like it's weird. You know, I wish you would have told me I was retarded in the '80s, but now it's like, all right. So now I'm a drunk retard, like literally. You know, like I was like super smart and stuff, and like now that's like a form of autism. You know, so, but it makes sense. It makes sense that like I'm a little retarded. Oh, this shit. It's such cheesy shit. Give me something decent. What is this fucking cheesy? It's so fucking cheese. Good Neoclassical track? Oh god. It sounds like a fucking bad 8-bit video game. Oh god. This fucking track. This is fucked. This is fucked. I didn't have the Google the fucking leadership to know anything. Holy fucking shitballs. Oh god. Oh god. What is it fucking... I gotta catch up to the chat. Hold on. Artist, definitely because you said that. I don't know what I said, but I guess I'm an artist. I'm autistic, yes. Old school, they just play. That's like... Yeah, dude. It's funny you should say that. So I grew up in this studio called Fast Lane Studios. You look it up, you'll find records of this place. Fast Lane Studios on Flatbush Avenue, Avenue K. People knew me as DMD, okay? And I was one of the engineers there. I lived in this studio from like 1995 to like 2008 until I opened my own studio. And I worked there for like 6-7 years as an engineer, I don't remember. But I played there every Friday and Saturday night religiously from 1998 until 2008. It's like 10 years in that fucking place. And hundreds of musicians in New York and Brooklyn used to go there. I mean, like big bands too, like really like famous people. And nobody played covers. And nobody had the same technique. There was no internet. Like how I play drums, like there was no standard. Like everybody had their own technique, and like you learned, you like saw somebody be like you figured it out on your own. You know what I mean? And like everybody had like maybe like some people play like 1 or 2 covers, but there was no cover bands in New York. Like in North Carolina where I am now, there's a big cover band scene. Now, cover bands are really good. The original bands here suck, but the cover bands are really good. In New York, it's exactly the opposite. In New York, all the original bands were awesome, and the cover bands sucked. It's very strange, like it's a different culture, and we didn't know shit. Like it was all like copying people was a bad thing in New York. You know, when I was growing up, like we didn't do that. You know, it was just a thing we didn't do. Request as blood and black and dying days. I don't know what that means, Gloss. I'm sorry, bro. I have no idea what that means. No idea what you're talking about, bro. I'm so sorry. When people come in, they ask me these random songs. I have no idea. I don't know anything. I can express to you how little I know about popular. I literally lived in the mountains for the last fucking 5.5 years. I was deleted from the internet. They yeeted me. I don't know if you young kids still say yeet, but I was yeeted off the fucking internet. Okay, they destroyed my gaming channel, erased all my fucking band's history, deleted me from Facebook the day before the 2020 election, fucking took down my PayPal. They attacked me in every single fucking angle. Hundreds of people coming after me all the time by myself. And I was left to die in the fucking mountains. And I know this sounds crazy, but I mean, I was literally left for dead. I was vomiting and shitting blood and crawling around by myself. All I have is a motorcycle, okay? And I'm sitting in the middle of nowhere, okay? I have no idea what the fuck is going on in the real world other than like short news clips. I don't know anything. I know it's fucked up, you know, but I really don't know anything. I'm sorry. Like the only humans I've seen other than going to the store and buying groceries is you guys. I don't see humans other than like now that I teach online, I see people when I teach online. I haven't seen a human being really in 5 years other than going to the grocery store. I haven't listened to music since fucking 2012. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just a fucking freak show and I can like play kind of music stuff. You know, I make it up as I go along. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just somehow have some fucking freak show ability to make believe I can make music. I don't know where it comes from. I taught myself how to play guitar in 8 months and got a scholarship. I'm a fucking weirdo. But I don't know fucking songs. I'm so sorry. They come in and ask me to play this random shit. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about. I wish I did. I mean, yeah, like, you know, I'm sure if I practice a couple of weeks, I'll get my reading skills back and I'll be able to play songs because I was trained to do that. But after I left college, no one ever, I played maybe 20 to 50 session gigs. No one's ever asked me to read anything. Like, they gave me a CD and I would just play it. It was always metal or rock, you know? So, like, I was easy. You know, like power chords and bullshit. I never had to read music since 1999, you know, and I've never played a cover song. And I purposely went out of my way to never learn any guitar player's songs because I didn't want anybody to say it wasn't original. You know what I mean? And because, like, I remember when I was, like, teaching us, because I was in college, I started teaching at Sam Ash. And you guys probably don't know what that is. In America, there used to be this music store called Sam Ash. It was, like, one of the oldest music stores in, like, the country. And in 1997, 8, my guitar teacher in college sent me to the one in Farmingdale to get a job there. So I started teaching for all of them. And I was like 18 or 19, I don't fucking remember. I was young. I was in college. And I only knew what they taught me in school. I can teach people how to read stuff and I can teach people how to play stuff, but I didn't know any fucking songs. And I didn't care to learn them. I'm probably talking to myself at this point, but I really don't know shit. So don't hate on me. I really don't know a goddamn thing. My band had 30-something songs that we used to play, a 3-hour set. You know, and I used to play like 4 of the bands at the time. I don't even know the fucking names of the bands. Like, I swear I'm like the Jason Bourne of music right now. Like, I just woke up with amnesia and I just kind of know how to play guitar, but I don't remember half of my life. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Let's go back to making noise. Epic orchestral. Ooh, orchestral. I like that. Whatever this is gonna be good. Wait a second. I know where we are. That's what I thought. Okay, that's better. Sorry. If we're gonna do this fucking day 29, let's get fucking shit-faced because my body hurts and let's make a mess. Let's do it. Day 29. And day 30, I'm gonna decide if I'm fucking quitting YouTube. Fuck YouTube. Next. Day 28, we're going to keep going until I pass out. I don't know who was still here, but you're fucked. You're stuck with me. You're fucking stuck. Let me stretch my legs. Oh, fuck. Day 28, guys. I don't know if you can understand. 28 days of working out and shredding for at least 4 hours. It hurts. Hope you guys appreciate the fact that crazy. This is too slow for me. Ugh! The pain. No. I need like scary fucking. This is all new stuff. Playing with. Sorry, we're in drunk jam mode. So I don't know what the fuck's happening. D minor alternative. What the fuck is... No. Can we do some scary neoclassical stuff, please? I just want to shred my ass off until I vomit. No. I want to go into the fear mode where like everything hurts. Come on! I'm not playing melodic fucking bullshit. No! I want the scary fucking neoclassical fucking hurt my soul shit. Are any of you fucks still like lurking? Am I hearing myself? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna go fucking Super Saiyan. If nobody's here, I'm going fucking Super Saiyan fucking neoclassical retard mode. I'm not stopping until we find something scary. No, none of this sucks. Everything sucks. Is anybody still here? Raise your hand. Phrygian dominant. I like that. Okay, let's do that. Oh, it's pretentious prog bullshit. Are any of you lurkers still here? Am I here with myself talking to my fucking self here, asshole? Just raise your hand. Give me a fucking high five, something. I know you're still alive. Anybody. Champion boy says yo. Just you on both channels? Holy shit. I like how people start a conversation don't even take at night. These fucking new generation kids have no fucking manners. No manners! Good. Anybody who's still on the vertical stream, there's a horizontal stream on the main channel. So if you're on your computer, you can go to my main channel and see the horizontal. But if no one's gonna say that they're alive, why should I keep going? It's supposed to be chat and jam, not just me fucking making a fool of myself on the internet. How you doing, champion boy? And if you're in the vertical stream, you can go to the horizontal. If you're in the horizontal, you go to the vertical, whatever. So basically, YouTube tried to fuck me again. You know, first they made the cameras backwards, and then they fucking made it so you can't chat on the phone, and they just kept fucking with me, and then they just turned it off, where I couldn't even, like, use my fucking plug. So I said, oh yeah? Well, let me show you. Remember I was a gamer, and I have a whole entire fucking rig for fucking streaming? So I'm like, now I'm going to fucking stream for 30 days and prove to everybody that fucking YouTube is broken, and that they've been attacking me for fucking 15 years. And nobody doesn't believe me, but it doesn't make a difference. At least now, they see it, you know? What are you picking up, champion? Pick up what kind of program? Oh boy. I peed myself. Don't look at that. It didn't happen. What are you working on? I think there's some lurkers in the other fucking channel, but... Oh, med? Oh, let me give you a little bit of advice for studying, okay? This is how I did it, how I teach it. It's a little weird. Just trust me, okay? You start and you read the book backwards. You go to the glossary and you read the table of contents in the glossary, like all like the fucking definition of words, okay? Just trust me for a second, okay? I know it sounds fucking crazy. Let Daddy fucking syntax tell you what's going on. So you go to the back of the book. You read the table of contents. You read the table of contents in the front. You read the fucking index. And then you read the glossary. Then you read the book backwards and only look at the bullet points. Then you read the book forwards and only look at the bullet points. And then write down the important bullet points. Okay? Then after you've done that, go back to the beginning. And then look through the fucking table of contents and then go through the fucking titles. And then do it forward and write down only the bullets and the things that are important. The third time around, you're going to read the book, but you're not going to read any word that has less than 3 letters. I know this sounds crazy. Just like omit anything that has less than 3 letters and just skim the book. And then take special notes to the fucking bullet points and skim the book, but erase anything less than 3 letters. Okay? And then after that, read the book. I know this is, maybe I'm explaining it wrong because I'm a little fucked up, but this is my secret sauce. I used to read, from 5 years old, I would read the entire fucking textbook, and for the rest of the year I'd be sitting there like sleeping. My teacher would never call me because like, the first 2 weeks I would correct the teacher because I already knew everything in the book. I said, fucking used to hate me. Okay, so let me repeat it again. I'll find the book for you. Hold on. So this is what I would do. And this is like an anatomy book, okay? So I teach anatomy, that's what I do. I look at the book, and you just look at the table of contents really fast. You just look at it, right? I look at the table of contents. I'm like, okay, table of contents. Fuck the preface, no one gives a shit. Go to the back of the book, okay? And then look at the definitions in the book. Because usually medical texts, they have like definitions and shit like that, right? So you just like sit here and you just skim the glossary and the index. So here's the index and the, index and glossary are usually in the same place, right? Forget the sources, whatever. And then skim the book backwards. And you just look through the book and you look at the bullet points. And you say, okay, and I look at the book and here's my anatomy shit, and I look at all the anatomy crap, okay, blah, blah, blah. And I look at the bullet points. Perceptual fucking orientation, tissue dominance, fucking some emotional orientations, blah, 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 subjective elements. And I just keep looking backwards. And I just keep like skimming it. I'm not really trying to read it yet. I'm just trying to get familiar with what's in the book. And I'm getting my brain to like understand what I'm looking at. Postural analysis of clients, virtue, blah, blah, blah. And it's like skimmed. I'm going fast, right? But I'm just going to look at like the bullet points and whatever like looks like a picture or like a bullet point, right? And I skim through that shit. Okay? And then here we are, fucking some anatomy shit. Oh, this looks important. Deep frontal line stability in the legs, middle deep frontal line, visceral motivation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is how I would study. And I start off like this. And I just go backwards. The umbilicus, the pelvic floor, fucking branch of the deep tail, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking deep frontal lines, overview. And then right here is a perfect example where there's bullets. So here's like a chapter. I'm like, oh, bullets. Postural function. DFL plays a major role in the body support, lifting the arch, stability and segments of the legs, supporting the lumbar spine from the front, blah, blah, blah. I read the bullets, and then I skip everything else. And then I go, okay, cool. And then I go back. Find the next one. Okay, any bullet points? You know, any bullet points? Okay, here, ipsilateral frontal line, populating the frontal lines, the ipsilateral functional lines, the functional branch line, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just read the bullets. Okay, the frontal functional line, the blah, blah, blah. You know, here we have another bullet saying bony stations, shaft of the humerus, latissimus dorsi, lumbar fascia, sacral fascia, sacrum, gluteus maximus, shaft of the femur. I'll read the bullets. And I'll keep going through this. Hey, what's up? Welcome back. So I'll read the bullets backwards, and I'll just go through the bullets, right? So here's another one. You know, deep flexion, functional line. Okay, great. And it just gives me, it gets my brain ready. So I keep doing this, and I keep going through all the bullet points. And I just skim through it, you know what I mean? Here's some fascial bullshit, you know what I mean? Here's like, you know, pronator teres, radial fucking posterium, you know, the fucking ocular minor, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. And I just skim through it that way. And then I get through a whole book reading the bullet points, okay? Now I go through the table of contents again. I read the table of contents again. Then I go to the book. And now I'm going to read the book, but only read the bullet points, forward to backwards. So I'm going to go, okay, this has nothing important. Okay, here's the fucking picture with bullets. Medial intermuscular septum, attached to the vastus medialis. Okay, great. And then it has all the names. Like the longus, I'll skip through that. And I'll look through these bullet points. And I'll just go through the bullet points like this. You know what I mean? Here I have a graph. I'll be like, okay, here's the spinae, fucking, you know, the rhomboids complex, the peroneal fascial fucking femoral ligament, blah, blah, blah. And I go through that like this. And I just keep going, okay, here. Oh, here's another fucking picture. You know, septicus fucking capitis cervix, fucking epidural fucking fascia left and right. The ilioscalis, fucking sacral fascia, supraepidermis ligament, blah, blah, blah. And this is what I do. I'll just read the bullet points. And I'll go back to the front and I'll write down what I think is important. Then I'll read the book from the fucking front, but I won't read any words that have less than 3 letters. And then I'll write down what's important. And by the time I go through the 4th pass, the last time I read the book, and by the 4th time, you already have notes, you already have an idea what the book looks like, and then when you read it the 4th time, you actually get it. And I know it sounds like a crazy method, but it really works. It doesn't matter if you're doing fucking medicine or music, or if you want to study, it sounds fucking crazy. But it's like a brain hack. Because it gives your brain time to absorb like what the format of the book is and what the big the big words are and like the big ideas. And you go from the big ideas to the small ideas to the smallest ideas, and then you read the whole book. Does that make sense? But by the 4th pass, I have so many notes that I've already like built up this whole thing, and then the 4th pass, I read the book, I have it. Does that make sense? Champion Bay. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's just it literally sounds harder than it is. You can do this in 2 hours. Like, it's like a 2-hour process, but like it's harder to explain it than it is to do it. Drunk because I don't feel any more pain. Like my body is hurting, guys. I mean, I hope I look like I've trained for fucking 30 days. Have a good night, champion boy. Yo, good luck on your tests, you know? And I hope I've inspired you to get your kung fu going. Because if my old ass can do it, you can do it too. So that was the main purpose. Look, I always do everything with 3 faces, 4 meanings. Okay, so like, you know, I did this 30-day challenge, one, because I wanted to piss off YouTube because they tried to fuck up my live stream on my phone, making my phone loop back on itself and fucking everything up. Like, you know what? I'm just going to make this so obvious that you're fucking with me because the quality of my shit Like, even me drunk, being an asshole, I've seen other guitar players on YouTube, okay? Like, there's people that work really hard, but a lot of them, they suck. And, like, most of the people that are on Instagram and YouTube right now, they practice a part 400 fucking times, record it in slow motion, okay, then pantomime the part, and then sync it together. I'm sitting here with my fucking dick in my hand, playing shit I've never heard before, and sounding kind of professional, okay? And the quality of the stream's pretty good. There's no reason for me to have fucking less than 10 viewers ever. Okay? I've been doing this fucking... How many channels they fucked with? You know, so that was the thing. But I really wanted to show the Tai Chi guys the progress. That there's an actual... There's going to be some record of me going from a fat fuck, coming from bleeding from my fucking mouth and my ass for a year and almost dying, and showing you guys I'm going to get back in shape, and this is what it looks like. And this is what happens in 30 days. If I can do it, you can do it. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you guys any more bullshit. If you're fucking fat, I did it, you can do it. That was the main thing. There's no more excuses. There's no more of the, oh, he's talking shit and he's fat. No. Okay? You've seen me for 30 fucking days, training every day, practicing every fucking day. I work out for fucking 3 to 4 hours. Then I come here and play for 3 to 4 hours. If I can do this shit 8 hours, okay, after I teach my classes and all the other stuff I have to do in life, because I get up at fucking 6 to 7 in the morning, I don't want to fucking hear shit from you guys. You guys are pussies. Okay? So that's why we're here. So we have 2 more days. I was going to quit YouTube a long time ago. If it wasn't for Steve Shirley, I would have quit. I've already fulfilled my purpose here. You know, I've given, you know, the people enough stuff that, you know, the ones who are actually training, they can go and figure it out. The Chinese masters in the Chinatown will say, we'll show you once, and if you figure it out, good. If not, too bad. That's how it is in the Chinese arts. It's like, that's why the Chinese arts are so bad. Because the Chinese masters, like, if you're not their student, and even the students, they'll teach you wrong on purpose for 10 years. And this is the thing. So I wanted to give people the hints, you know, and they didn't appreciate it. They attacked me, you know, so they can go fuck themselves. 15 fucking years of being attacked by assholes. And then, you know, the fucking communist retards and fucking YouTube fucking with me. And you can go to my gaming channel, Psyops Gaming, and you can see it. You can see between there and then fucking Facebook banning me the day before the 2020 election, TikTok. I'm fucking shadow banned on Tinder, okay? Like, they wanted to isolate me and kill me because I spoke up against the government. I spoke up against the bullshit. Fuck you guys. You have to kill me to stop me. That's what you're not understanding. You know, that's what I want to prove to you guys. You have to fucking kill me. That's the only way you're going to stop me. I don't give a fuck. You already took everything from me, my entire life's work, right? The fucking 1,500 people, my Facebook account, 1,500 people I met in person as a promoter. These like, you know, like, these aren't like random people I was like an internet famous. No, everybody on my Facebook was a fucking direct contact. I was a fucking promoter in New York City, 1,500 people that I knew in person. And they fucking deleted my shit the day before 2020 election because I was covering the election. I was covering the fucking news. They didn't like it. They shut down my PayPal. They've been fucking with me for fucking years. Fuck you guys. Okay? And if Orange Man Bad fulfills his campaign promise, you guys are fucked. Everyone's fucked. And what you guys did to me is fucking, it's literally fucking deprivation. It's like, I have like fucking 14 different fucking criminal fucking offenses that have been against me. Right? Deprivation of rights, conspiracy, fucking RICO charges, YouTube, Facebook, fucking everybody. This whole fucking internet blacklist is bullshit. And if me doing 30 fucking days of me shredding my fucking ass off, and you know what? I'm not a bad looking dude. I talk to people, I'm nice to people. For me to have 6 fucking people after 30 fucking days, something's fucking wrong. And if you go to my gaming channel, you're gonna see the same fucking thing. What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? I'm owed millions of fucking dollars. I should be able to fucking retire off of the fucking shit I've dealt with. They left me for dead. They cut me off from fucking society during fucking COVID. I was locked in the middle of fucking nowhere, dying, and no one can help me because no one could find me. Because of these fucking scumbags. That's why I hate the liberals so much. You know, I didn't hate them before. I just felt that they were misguided and I wanted to help them. Now I fucking hate their guts. I hope the fucking National Guard wipes them out. I really hope that these fucking Marines from California beat their fucking ass. I don't give a fuck anymore. Okay? I literally hate you guys. I hate the fucking YouTube people. I fucking really fucking despise all you liberal cucks, okay? All you fucking wannabe fucking metalhead cucksuckers. Every one of you makes me sick, okay? Like, I've been a hermit for so many years training alone. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm doing this as a Rock Lee challenge. If you haven't watched Naruto, you'll understand. You know, if I can't do 1,000 jumping jacks, I will run 400 miles. If I can't run 400 miles, I will do 5,000 sidekicks. If I can't do 5,000 sidekicks, I will do 400 punches. People don't understand. 2 more days, guys. I think I did a good job today. I mean, I played like shit, but, you know, it's not the point about playing well. It's the point that I showed up. So, I showed up for you. I never fucking lied. I've been here the whole fucking time. And, yeah, that's it. For those of you guys who stayed to the end, please watch the War Angel streams. There's a playlist called War Angels. Watch the streams, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around. Okay? And I've done things that seem unreal, and I've proven a lot of stuff, and I've prepared you for what is about to happen. The shit's about to go down. Make sure you're ready. And if you have any fucking balls or honor in you, I would suggest sharing that stuff. You know? Alright, guys, I love you. I appreciate all the people who stopped by and supported me, you know, in this endeavor. 28 days. I mean, I think I look pretty good, you know, for an old man, you know, that was fat and dying. You know? I got a way to go, but 30 days, we did it. If you do Tai Chi, I don't care how old you are, you don't have to be fat and slow and lazy. You can choose to do something else. You can eat different, you can work out, and your Tai Chi is to be good. You know, if you're young, dude, don't stop working out, because you're going to need it when you get older. And all the other guys who are wondering what's about to happen, you got 4 years left, so get ready. And your human tongue, I love you. Grateful for the presence. Practice gratitude. I'll see you guys tomorrow, day 29. Peace out.